The motion before the House is that this Assembly do resolve to request the Council of Ministers to produce a comprehensive report on the status of implementation of the Customs Union and the Common Market Protocol. Debate is still open. Honorable Rwigema.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, to give me the floor. I will be brief. I raise to support Honorable Dr. Makame for raising this problem. In fact, Right Honorable Speaker, we need to be informed. We know there are some problems, there are some bottlenecks in some step of integration, and we need to get information, and we need to see how we can come up with some resolution or some oversight to be able to make really integration very quick. Right, Honorable Speaker, this motion remind me we used to address, to make some more question for oral answers, to submit them to the Council. We do so because we need to get information. And there are some questions that remain not answered until now. When you submit those questions, and then there is 1 year, 6 months, in fact, you are no longer motivated to do such a kind of a question. And I think this is very important. Yesterday, I don't remember, one of my colleagues was saying, the two pillars of integration, customs union and common market, were very well implemented. I said no, not implemented, because there are some problems in the bottleneck in the two first pillars, and when they are not implemented, we cannot really start the third pillar, which is common currency. When people cannot move freely, when goods cannot move freely, and when the intra-trade within the region is still around 15%, if I'm not mistaken, you cannot really say the implementation is moving at the step that we need to reach the integration. And I think not only Honorable Dr. Makame asked the report like this one, but we have really to get some report or to sit, to interact with the Council of Ministers quarterly, to be able to follow, to be able to intervene, to be able as a parliamentarian to play our role. Right, Honorable Speaker, I support this motion, and again, I wish that the Council of Ministers can be able to answer to our question for oral answer. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Rwigema. Honorable Rutazana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand to support the motion raised by Honorable Dr. Makame, because when we see the improvement of implementation from the Customs Union Protocol and the Common Market Protocol, we have seen many challenges with regard of implementation and the harmonization of policies. from the regional level to the national level. And many oversights have been made to let those partner states see what is the problem, and the recommendations have been raised to them to see how they can improve the improvement. But so far, even if those recommendations have been addressed to the Council to help implementing those or changing those challenges, we don't see any change from there. So we can't expect to move to monetary union or going to political confederation if we have such problems at the common market and the customs union. Talking about the customs union, we have to improve and to help the intra-ESC trade, but we don't see any move from there. We are about, I think, 12% of trade at the intra-ESC trade. So that is a problem. If we can't move from there to help the region be able to industrialize, because we have resources, we have expertise, we have everything, we have policies, but what is missing is the implementation. So we need to hear from the Council what can be done at that level to be able to help our people benefiting from the protocols, the policies, and what we have promised to them as a people-centered and private sector driving. If we don't move from there, we can't continue thinking on moving to the monetary union, or to the political confederation, because we don't have any basis to go there. So I support the motion, and I think the Council of Ministers is here to understand how we are so excited to see something changing from here. Then, at least, because we are now celebrating our 20th anniversary of the community, a children or a kid who has 20 years is mature enough and knows what to do, knows where he is coming from and where he wants to go. So I think we are now here to urge the Council to help us, to help the community to move forward from here and to see changes from partner states to know what is the problem for implementing the policies which are provided by the community from the region. So I support the motion, and I think the Council is now here to help for changing something. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Rutazana. Honorable Nur, Honorable Jamari, Honorable Kasamba.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion. And from the onset, I want to take this opportunity to thank Honorable Hassanu for having brought this motion. Since the last 2 years, Honorable Speaker, I have been grumbling with how to do oversight in this assembly. Because those bright brains who have put these institutions in place are not fools when they put assembly, the judiciary, and the secretariat. So, Honorable Speaker, this assembly has 3 mandates. That is legislation, oversighting, and representation. But once the bill or the protocol leaves this assembly has no any role. They have no any forum to question what happened after that. Bills are rotting in shelves. Protocols are the same, they are not signed. There's nobody who questions the other. The issue of check and balance is not there. The only source, and there's no way that this assembly can be able to do oversights without information. And the only source of information that comes from the executive is through the annual report. And this annual report does not give us enough information. And we have been complaining about it, that at least the purpose of this annual report is to give a progress report and the challenges that is being faced, so that we can move together as an executive and as an assembly and as a judiciary. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, in the absence of that, I think what has informed Honorable Makame to bring this motion is we are moving forward. We are now at the last point of maybe political federation, whereby now almost the laws have been put in place, and sooner or later it is going to be tabled here for enactment or for passing. And we are asking ourselves, what happened to those protocols that has been there for the last 20 years? If every time a member stands here, he complains about the NTBs that are in existence up to now. People cannot do business. People cannot move freely. Okay, for the security purpose, the aspect of customs or the purpose of immigration to check who is coming in the country is okay. But when you ask somebody, or you give somebody 2 days visa to visit a country, why do you have to waste fill that passport for nothing? What do you do in 2 days when you move from Kigali to Dar es Salaam and you want to do business? How many days will it take you to, also by road, apart from those who can be able to fly? Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think it is time that at least we are given a progress report, a comprehensive one between the two, so that we can be able to see who is sleeping on the job. Is it the Council of Ministers? Is it the Secretariat? Is it the Summit? Is it the Assembly? We need to know the status. That is why check and balance is being put in place, that at least one institution can be able to check on the other and make up a call to wake up the other. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think we are mandated to do oversight as people representative, so that we can be able to see that these institutions are working, because we are using public money, public resources, and they must be value for money. They must be value for money. Because sometimes we are told even the Chief Justice or the Attorney Generals never meet even for a whole year. That's why we are lacking even bills in this place. Because there's a lot of issues to be done. If there's anything that can be amended so that at least we can move forward, then we should be told where did we go wrong, that at least what are the obstacles on those protocols or on those bills that are being passed in this House. In the absence of that, then that's why we are moving towards stagnation. And we are being told that we are not working. How do we work? We are not working in isolation. We work with other institutions, and other institutions working. If they are working, then there's no way that the Assembly fails to work. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, I think we have a hard task as Assembly, and that is why the Council of Ministers are members of this Assembly, so that they can be able to know what is really going on in the Assembly, what are the problems, and they are with the Executive and with the Summit, so that they are the advisors, so that we can be able to have that interconnectivity. And information must flow from the top to the bottom. There is no information moving. Summit makes decisions, they are not implemented. Council makes decisions, they are not implemented. Assembly makes laws, they are not implemented. And then, yesterday, Honorable Speaker, you ruled that at least, although even if we pass the private members' motion, and the former ones have not been assented to, we still pass those motions. This is not a talking shop. We are not a talking shop. If what we pass is not going to be implemented, and we are saying it, and we are confessing that it is not going to be implemented, and then who is going to make them to be implemented? Are we waiting for the angels to come? Who is being waited? So, Honorable Speaker, I think this motion is timely, and we must be able to get those informations, because informations are a very vital tool for any institutions to move forward. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Nur, and I'm sure Honorable Makame must be happy that you supported this. Yes, Honorable Muhirwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, to give me the floor. I stand to support the motion that has brought to us by Honorable Makame. And again, I want to thank him because it's high time that we, members of the House, have time to deal with this issue so as to do evaluation or assessment on how these key and critical protocols have been so far implemented. You know, our integration is economic one. Our integration has been baptized as people-centered community. And we know integration is a process. It's a long journey. And as you move, as you march, you have to sit somewhere and assess how tiring the journey is or how soft the journey is. We have been doing different exercises of sensitization in our partner states. When you go and interact and meet the cross-border communities, you really receive very sad reports on how free movements of people is not a reality at all. So, Union Customs and Common Market Protocol are very keen to make successful our integration. Yes, the motion is to urge the Council to come up with a report to see how far are we in implementing these protocols. And that's right, because we cannot go on implementing other protocols without having implemented fully the first ones. Though there is no harm even to go on implementing other protocols, but indeed knowing the challenges you have been meeting with across the journey. But let me make clear what Honorable Nur has been saying. The major role of the Assembly is to raise out the voice of the citizens that we represent. We are the voices of EAC citizens. Among our roles, we have the role of doing oversight and come up with recommendations and observations, and thereafter we urge the Council and other organs to go on implementing what we have come up with from the sayings from our people. It's the Lord of ours from now to help the Council. What if this House went on the ground and do a field survey and come up with a study on where these protocols have not been implemented? It's our role. Let's go to different countries. Let's go to different stakeholders who are engaged in implementing these critical protocols. Thereafter, we come up with exhaustive survey and we present to the Council and we help them. We come up with recommendations so that the council may know who to urge thereafter or not to, who to urge. That was my concern. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Muhirwa. Honorable Kasamba, then we finish this one. Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, and I want to congratulate my brother, Honorable Abdullahi Makame, for the motion to request for the comprehensive report from the Council of Ministers as far as the implementation of the protocols of Customs Union and the Common Market has been undertaken. Allow me to congratulate the efforts so far done to put in place those protocols and the achievements they've undertaken in as far as facilitating some of the hardware infrastructure which are in place to make sure that we are together in the faster free movement of people, in the lessening of the number of days we spend on the road for cargo to leave Mombasa to Dar es Salaam. And this one should be reinforced by some of the remaining challenges, more so when we are celebrating 20 years. Having 20 years of age is not a small growth. It should be a time to reflect that the children I gave birth to, the Customs Union Protocol, the Common Market Protocol, and all the provisions which accompany thereto, how far have they been implemented? More so, how have we made sure that the people of East Africa realize the benefits of the integration? Because even if it is your child, a daughter or a boy who has reached the age of 20, he should be now more or less a university student who could even come and advise you that here, daddy or mommy, we've erred. So as responsible organs and institutions of ESC, when I listened to Professor Kabudi last week, the other week, when on the 28th, when he was officially opening the Business Council Summit, he labored to explain the history of the integration of East Africa. And he quoted Mwalimu Nyerere, the late Mwalimu Nyerere, when he said, when he saw the universities of East Africa collapsing and each entity was establishing its own, each partner state was establishing its own university, he said, integration is not by convenience, but it is a necessity. We cannot do away without integration. But during those deliberations, it seems we are in the reverse gear, council chair and council members. Whereas in the 2016, 2012, 2016, intra-trade was over 19%. As we speak, it is around 12 or even less than 10%, given the fact that we've created so many mental barriers, mental barricades, mental blockades, which are denying our community members to have the provisions of the protocol, especially the Common Market Protocol, of free movement of people, free movement of goods. This is a serious challenge. Can we see how can make sure that we ensure that the provisions of the Customs Union, it is not a convergence of having customs officers at Mombasa, at Maraba or Namanga to clear. In fact, when I have been crossing borders, I've been looking at the possibility of taking it to the next level, whereby customs officers on the Ugandan side, you don't need to bring a Kenyan to come and clear somebody to cross. It should be the Ugandan man to have the right of trust, that I trust this one, He's going, I clear him, and that's all. But you have Ugandan teams and the Kenyan teams clearing you. So it means we still have different entities doing their jobs. It is a shame. As it was mentioned in Europe, you just cross seamlessly. Nobody is there to say, hello, who is a Tanzanian? And you cross-check, are you a right person? After all, most of them, people go, a mere document does not define the intent and the trusteeship you do assess. It is the system which you have in place to trust collegiality, free movement of people, and trust them. So I would appeal to the council members. We cannot go, by the way, we cannot go for monetary union if we are not yet over 50% convergence in terms of trade. European Union is at 70%. We cannot say that by 2024 we shall have a single currency when the monetary policies, when the fiscal policies, when the debt portfolios, when the export reserves are not converging. Most of us at partner level, we are taking loans at a bigger scale because we are looking at the infrastructure as the major physical indicators of integration. No, it is the willingness to coexist. The trusteeship we hold together that the institutions, for example, for food security matters, the competences are best done in this country, and we can negotiate how we can transfer food systems where the shortages are embedded. We must negotiate the industrial policy. How do we share? Professor Kabudi mentioned this very well. How the general tires where we are doing sports was negotiated. How are we negotiating that Kenya, you have so much industries, other partner states should undertake, and how are we attracting the private sector people to be the leaders? Because it is the integration we are talking about is private sector driven. I appreciate the convergence of the Business Council which we held last week, but it is not enough. We must be talking of how are we attracting tractors for mechanization to be established, an assembly plant to be established in one of the region, in one of the partner states, so that we can share mechanization and attract the youth to go back to the agriculture. How are we doing research in the different provisions of technology, of agriculture, of research in livestock, so that we know that in terms of agriculture competences, livestock is shared by this partner state, crop is shared by this partner state, pesticides and the other aspects is shared by this, so that we know that when we say there is a convergence of sitting together to see how we are sharing the agricultural transformation of the region, each partner state has something to offer. But we are still remaining at individual levels. We come and sit together at the sectoral council levels. We run back in our partner states, and it remains as business as usual. So, Right Honourable Speaker, I am proposing, as we undertake the mid-term review, we appreciate we did an inception tour of the region in February 2018. We are approaching our mid-term term period. Can we have a joint effort with the Council of Ministers? We traverse this region to undertake a comprehensive review together in buses, because we fly. For you who love flying, you don't see the realities on the ground. Let us walk together on the ground. When Mwalimu Nyerere was planning to consolidate the unification of Tanzania, he traversed all the parts of Tanzania. So I propose and I request my colleague that we agree, this becomes part of the resolution, mid-term review before we pass the budget of 2021, we should have a caravan. I've called it a caravan. Let us have a caravan of eminent East Africans, whom we call ourselves eminent, with some of the business people. We go and see the realities on the ground. The functionality of an institution is not based on talking before each other. it is on foot soldiering, what is on the ground. And I remember I mentioned here, the philosophy of where you don't inspect, don't expect. It's very clear. So we must inspect what each one of us is doing. We must take a center monitoring and evaluation mechanism, as my brother has mentioned, to ensure that we cross-check the realities on the various provisions of the protocols, and then we begin to project where are we going to be in the next 10 years. Because we have clobbered 20 years. It's no longer a question of saying that we've not existed. We've survived the fatality of living beyond 10 years as the former ESC. But when you see the realization of the results of the 10 years of the former ESC vis-a-vis this one, in fact, we should do a comparative analysis of what was achieved in 10 years vis-a-vis what was achieved in 20 years, considering the technological advancement we have, the degree of expertise we have, and the level of cohesion we need to build to ensure that we don't revert back to seeing this reintegration degenerating to the next levels of maybe even collapsing. It should not come during our time. So I thank you, Right Honorable, and I thank Honorable Makame, and I would like to request the Council implore the summit to honor the private members' bills, which were passed. The Forest Management Bill, the Disaster Management Bill, the Cooperative Bill, and many others. It should not be that we come here, sit here, do business, invest the money of undertaking public hearings within the communities, and these bills are never assented to. Or else, we should request the council chair and the council members, every sitting we must have a bill or bills generated by council as a demand. You either create business for us, or we shall look for business for this house. So we must draw a balance. I rest my case. I support the motion, Right Honorable.
Thank you. I think what Honorable Kasamba has proposed is a tripartite of the Assembly, the Council, and the business community on a road tour. I think the point is taken by the chair, so that we can deliberate whether it becomes a part of the resolutions or not. But from the applause, I think the direction is clear. Honorable Dr. Woda.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to support this very important motion. And I would like to congratulate my brother, Dr. Abdallah Makame, for this very important motion. Right Honorable Speaker, we are the one who goes and do the oversight and meet the stakeholders and the business community. And during our oversight, it's really saddened me when some of the stakeholders and the business community tell us that, you know, the single custom territory, they feel that 30% of it is just being implemented. While we are here, we think that we are doing a great job, and I would like really to appreciate what has been accomplished by the community so far. But we really need to examine ourselves. Even the medical doctors, they advise us that every 6 months we need to go and make examination for ourselves. What about this very great community, which is now which has turned 20 years? We need this regular examination and this comprehensive report so that we know our status. I think the Honorable Habib Munya here will agree with me that as an engineer, when you are building a building or constructing a construction, you have to make the foundation to be very firm. And for us, if these two protocols are not firm and not accomplished very well, how will we build on them? So I raise to support the motion, and it is very timely. I want to urge the Council of Ministers that this Honorable Assembly is having the right to have this comprehensive report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oda. Finally, the last speaker on this, Honorable Musanga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I will be very brief. Honorable Speaker, I thank Comrade Abdallah Makame for coming up with this motion, because it's very important and it's meant to help us evaluate ourselves and see how far we have come in as far as our integration process is concerned. One major point here which I want to put forward, Honorable Speaker, and to the Council, is that when you look at the integration process and the East African community, so far the community that collapsed in 1977, I want to share with you from my background and from my history, which I have tried to do, is that that community was just taken over by our leaders at the time. The leaders of the 60s just took over a project which was a British project. It was not ours. The British, after colonizing Uganda and Kenya, and later after the First World War, when Tanzania was annexed and given to under the trusteeship of the British and under the League of Nations, and later the United Nations, because Tanzania was a German protectorate, a German territory. Now, after the wars, after the defeat of Germany, Tanzania was put under the trusteeship of the League of Nations and later the United Nations. Then Britain started administering Tanzania on behalf of the United Nations. Now, that is how the British started putting all of us together and started putting all these infrastructures together, all the services together, because they were to serve their interests. When they built the Uganda Railway from Mombasa to Kasese, to steal our copper. And the railway went to areas where there were resources, not where there were people to transport people to go wherever. So simply, even the resources, I mean the services that were provided, the railways, the airways, the banking, and name them, including the shilling, because they were administering the same territory. They could not have different currency. So meaning that our forefathers of the 60s took over a British project. And again, along the way, it collapsed because of a number of reasons, which I'm not going to enumerate here. Why am I submitting like that? Honorable Speaker and the Council members, this current community is the only project which was initiated by we, the Africans, and we, the people of East Africa. It is not the other one which we took over from the British. And therefore, when we talk of having now, now that we are independent, this is the only project we are doing as an independent community. And it is therefore very important that we take all the necessary steps to ensure that this community survives and flourishes, such that the people of East Africa and probably Africa benefit from our own efforts. Not that we benefit, not that we have to work on the efforts of those who colonized us. By the way, just like the Deputy Prime Minister last time told us, that if this community collapses, the current community collapses, it will be so painful. And indeed, it will be so painful. It is the reason as to why we should evaluate ourselves. How far have we gone? When we were attending the East African Business Council summit, they told us that intra-trade within East Africa is standing at only 12%. 12%. I think, yes, now what are we up to? 20 years in the East African community, and we are only trading at 20%. And if you, I don't have the figures between East Africa and China, and East Africa and the other countries. Those ones are now standing at 80. Because most of the, but even the things we are trading, there are things we would be able to trade here, apart from a few manufactured things. But there are things we would be trading here. So, Honorable Speaker and the Council members, please, it is not a favor to this House, neither to the people of East Africa. Please produce this report such that we are able to see where we are and then work from there to improve. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I support the report.
Thank you very much, Honorable Musamali. Council Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. And I thank Honorable Abdullah Makame for his important motion. As it was noted, the East African community is celebrating its 20th anniversary. That was celebrated last week. And it was an important celebration because there were achievements over the past 20 years. Actually, the East African communities were one of the African regional economic communities that is the most ambitious with a clear integration agenda. And there were also achievements in our four-pillar integration on customs union and common market. And we look forward to the next steps of monetary union and political federation or confederation. But those two pillars, two last pillars, as it was said, the achievement of those pillars will depend, of course, on the implementation, the full implementation of the first two pillars. And we have, as I said, we have achievements in the free movement of people, goods, services, and capitals. We have moved through what we call the variable geometry on some of the issues, like the one network area and the moving with ID and student ID as a travel document. So we are moving, but we still have issues and challenges in our integration agenda, especially in the common market. So, and I appreciate the proposals that were made here in this August House of briefing the Assembly regularly, which is important. I've been in this House for 2 years now, but we have many motions and reports. But I think this issue is the most important. The customs union and common market, and I think we should have a way of having an interaction. I think twice a year was proposed, or even quarterly. It is important to have an interaction with Eala on these issues, and then to report on the progress we have made so far, but also the challenges we are still facing. And we also welcome the proposal that was made of a tripartite caravan, I think, through East Africa. Because, of course, interaction in the Assembly is important, but also oversight and visit on the ground to see exactly the integration projects that we have in our different East African partner states, and also through the different one-stop border posts. And we are ready as a council to work with you to focus more on those pillars, on those four pillars, because we are here for that. We are here to make this community work, to make the customs union and the common market work, and we need to do it together. The council, the assembly, the private sector, even the civil society. So it's important that we work together. Concerning the customs union, the council is aware that ratification of amendments to Article 24, paragraph 4 of the Customs Union Protocol in respect to the Trade Remedies Committee are ongoing. And we appreciate the role of Trade Remedies Committee in resolving disputes. This issue has been going on for so long. I think we take it seriously as a council because this will help us, of course, in resolving some of the issues we have regarding NTBs and other barriers to trade. The council would like to report that to better implement the common market, it has tasked the secretariat to identify parts and articles in the protocol that can be implemented through community laws. This is ongoing and will come to the Assembly at some point, and will continue to encourage partner states to implement findings of the common market scorecards, and this is a mechanism to monitor implementation of this protocol. And Council will continue to encourage partner states harmonize national laws. There is indeed a dedicated subcommittee on harmonization of national laws that assists partner states in this regard. And this council has also tasked the sectoral council of ESC ministers to monitor the implementation of common market, and this is a regular agenda item at meetings of that sectoral council. And in regard to one-stop border posts, Article 7.7 of the Common Market Protocol calls for reciprocal operating of border posts for 24 hours. The Council has directed...
Procedure, right, Honorable?
Yes, Honorable Rose.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And I'm sorry I'm interrupting my Chair Council on this matter. But it's just because, Right Honorable Speaker, I'm seeing he's reading from a document that may be of benefit to all of us if we have it, because the motion that was asked by Honorable Makame touches on very important matters for this community and even for us, even for the future. So wouldn't it be procedurally right that we also get copies of the document the Right Honorable Chair Council is reading? Thank you.
Honorable Rose, according to our rules, except maybe for the oral questions and the answers, the debate is not supposed to be based on any prearranged document. So I think the Honorable Minister is referring to the notes. But I also share your view that he can arrange his notes in a proper way so that members who really wanted to have them can also have them. Yes. Afterwards. Because reading from a document would be unprocedural. But we are allowed to refer to our notes. And these are the notes that we can share when members think they can be of some help.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Actually, the motion moved by Honorable Abdullah Makame was that of producing a comprehensive report on the status of implementation of the customs union and common market. And I think this we will do. We'll produce a comprehensive report and also interact regularly, as was requested with the Assembly. I was mentioning the one-stop border posts, which are also very critical to ease the free movement of people and goods. As it was said, the Article 7 of the Common Market Protocol was calling for reciprocal operation of the border post for 24 hours because we have had issues in those OSBPs, and the Council has directed partner states to operate border posts, all border posts for 24 hours. And indeed, many are already open for the 24 hours, such as Rusumo, Busia, Namanga, and Horonoro Lunga border posts mentioned in the motion currently operates for 12 hours. And the Council will continue to engage partner states to abide with Article 477 of the protocol and have border posts operate for 24 hours. So to sum up, this is really an important debate and an important motion. I think this should be the core of the business of the Council and the Assembly, and to interact in order to see where we are now after 20 years of the community in our implementation of the four pillar agenda, and we have taken note and appreciate the recommendations that were made to have this debate ongoing, and the Council will of course play its part. I thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now invite you, Honourable Makame, to sum up the debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the floor to sum up the debate on the motion for a resolution of the Assembly requesting the Council of Ministers to produce a comprehensive report on status of implementation of the Customs Union and Common Market. Mr. Speaker, that was the heading of the motion, but the motion contained other prayers, and among the prayers which were contained but were not deliberated because they were overtaken by the importance of the Customs Union and Common Market was the implementation of the Food Security Action Plan. Even I was surprised when my brother, Senior Honorable Kasamba, was contributing. He didn't mention that, and I was expecting that would come from him. But also the issue of climate change policy and the issue of industrialization policy and strategy, much as they come from the Customs Union. Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, when the community was negotiating the Customs Union, the objective was to boost intra-regional trade, to boost manufacturing, productivity in the region. So we wanted to become food self-sufficient and to generate our own products in the community. And that is why we're having the sensitive list of products in the Customs Management Act, because we want to produce domestic production and domestic industrialization. So that's the gist. And I think when we engage with the Council and get reports of that nature, then we can really push the integration agenda forward. Mr. Speaker, at the outset, I'd like to thank you for accepting this motion to come and supporting it, much as you did not debate, because by sitting on the chair, you are not debating, but we are thanking you for the support. And we are thanking the Council for receiving it very well, and actually pledging that they are going to support the motion and in the process of implementation. Mr. Speaker, now, you know, as I was speaking with my colleagues, we were saying, you know, when the Food Security Action Plan was concluded and signed, and the pictures were taken of the summit signing the Food Security Action Plan, most of the people thought that was the beginning. It was a means, but it was like an end, because there was no action of reporting the implementation of Food Security Action Plan. And Mr. Speaker, I remembered there's a North American Treaty Organization, they call it NATO, but in an environment like ours, when we say NATO, we say no action, talk only. So, Mr. Speaker, that was like implementation of the Food Security Action Plan. There was no action in it. But in the Customs Union, we are seeing action, but we need to press for more action, because we should not be satisfied with the achievement we have. we should be satisfied when it is fully implemented. Mr. Speaker, the issue of NTBs had been coming to this assembly over and over again. Since the previous assembly, Eala 3, Eala 2, they have been discussing NTBs. You go to the Council of Ministers, NTBs. You go to the summit, NTBs. And what was the issue? We proposed the Article 24 of the Customs Union Protocol to be implemented. We are now happy that the Council has responded that the ratification of the amendment of the Article 24 is at the highest stage now, and very soon that committee will be launched. Mr. Speaker, we are meant to be complementing each other. So it's not that we are oversighting the Council, but that is also our role. But we are supposed to be supporting each other to drive the integration agenda. And with us here as the Assembly, our purpose is to see the implementation of the EAC Treaty. The Council, much as that they have that objective, but at times the Council members get involved in national issues, and they cannot divide their time as well. Mr. Speaker, now we have to support the Council, but really, Mr. Speaker, I have to say thanks to the supporters of the motion, and I'll start by my brother, Honorable Jean Cloud, my sister, Honorable Rose Akolo Kulu, Honorable Engineer Mohamed Abibu Mnya, Honorable Leontine Zeimana, Honorable Dr. Prime Minister Ujema, Honorable Francine Rutazana, my brother from Mandera, Honorable Adan Nur Mohammed, Honorable Muhirwa, Honorable the #1 farmer, Honorable Kasamba, Honorable Dr. Oda Jago, Comrade Honorable Paul Mwasa Musamali. Thank you very much for the input. And I started with the Council, but I'm repeating again, and the Council. Mr. Speaker, you see, the Council had informed us about ratification of the Article 24, but also there's a process we'd like to hear about the reports of other protocols being ratified. There's another protocol which is very important in implementation of the One Network area. It's called the ICT Networks Protocol. I hear one partner state has ratified, and others are still not haven't ratified. So really, when that report comes out, then we need to hear of that as well. Mr. Speaker, the issue of regular reporting should be emphasized. Now it's us, maybe the Assembly Administration and the Council, we agree, maybe if it's quarterly or if it's semi-annually, so that we get those reports and we probe them. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
If you can also formally pronounce yourself on Honorable Kasamba's.
Okay. Yes. I was about to submit, yes, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I'll pronounce myself on Honorable Kasamba, the caravan tripartite tour. And the Council has already said it's going to support that, so that's very good. And there's I'll add that as an amendment to the, and add it to the resolutions. And there was an amendment proposed by my brother, John Cloud Barimoyabo. Actually, I'll have to explain to him some issue, because it's an issue that we required each partner state to submit. So that one was at a partner state level to submit. And then the Secretary General to submit the one for the community, for the Food Security Action Plan and the Climate Change Policy and Industrialization Policy and Strategy. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Makame. Honorable members, now the motion before the House is that this Assembly do resolve to request the Council of Ministers to produce a comprehensive report on the status of implementation of the Customs Union and Common Market Protocol. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Thank you, Dr. Makame, and everyone who contributed, and all of you honorable members, and for the council that is very much in support of this motion. The idea that we should have this tour is very, very important, and I want to promise that in the mid-term review, we shall consider that as our priority for our second term for this financial year. Thank you.
Item number 3 on the order paper. Report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the oversight activity on the compliance with the EAC protocols and laws by the EAC institutions by way of motion.
Honorable Chair, Legal Rules and Privileges Committee, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I have the honor to report.
You first move.
Oh, I moved yesterday. Can I move again?
You did yesterday?
Yeah.
You tabled, and now you move the motion.
So, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to move a motion to present a report of the oversight activity on compliance with the EAC protocols and laws by the EAC institutions. I beg to move.
Seconders. Honorable Abdikadir, Honorable Claude, Honorable Dr. Woda, Honorable Musamari, and all members standing. Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. The report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges, the report of the oversight activity on compliance with the EAC protocols and laws by EAC institutions, held on the 9th to the 12th October 2019. Honorable Speaker, honorable members, the first 2 pages about acronyms. The page 4 is about table of contents, so I start with the introduction. Article 9, Section 2 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community empowers the Summit of Heads of State to establish institutions of the community. The institutions may be bodies, departments, or services of the community. Article 9.3 provides that the East African Development Bank, EADB, and the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization are surviving institutions of the community. Other institutions of the community are the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency, CASOA, the Inter-University Council of the East African, IUCA, the East African Community Health Research Commission, EHRC, the East African Community Science and Technology, ESTCO, the East African Community Kiswahili Commission, EAKC, and the East African Community Competition Authority, EACA. The institutions of the community are established by various legal instruments, including protocols, charters, and acts of the community. Organs, institutions, and other stakeholders are required to comply and implement the legal instruments establishing the EAC institutions. It is against this background that the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges undertook the oversight activity to assess the compliance and the implementation of protocols and laws relating to the institutions of the community. This report contains the justification for the oversight activity, objectives, and the methodology used by the committee in undertaking the activity. The report further describes in detail the information received from the EAC institutions and committee's observations and recommendations. Justification of the oversight. One of the fundamental principles of the community, provided for by Article 6 of the treaty, is good governance, which includes adherence to the principles of democracy, the rule of law, accountability, transparent social justice, equal opportunities, gender equality, as well as the recognition, promotion, and protection of human and people's rights in accordance with provisions of the African Charter on Human and People's Rights. Implementation of the protocols and laws of the community is one of the key components of good governance and rule of law. Therefore, it was imperative for the committee to undertake the activity. The report of this oversight enables the Assembly to debate on the implementation of protocols and laws of the community and to make relevant recommendations. Objectives of the oversight. The main objective of this activity was to assess the level of compliance to the protocols and laws of the community by EAC institutions. The specific objectives include the following: to understand the existing protocols and laws governing the EAC institutions, to assess how the institutions of the community comply to and implement the protocols and laws of the community, to examine the effectiveness of the EAC protocols and laws governing the EAC institutions, to analyze the challenges facing the EAC institutions in complying with and implementing EAC protocols and laws, and finally, to propose amendments to the protocols and laws of the community. With regard to methodology, the committee visited the headquarters of institutions and held interactive meetings with the management and staff. Institutions made presentations on their mandate and status of compliance and implementation of protocols and laws. They also highlighted challenges they encounter and made recommendations on what should be done by the community. Due to time and financial constraints, the committee was able to visit 4 institutions located in the Republic of Uganda. The Republic of Uganda was selected because it hosts 4 institutions of the community, which are the EADB, CASOA, IUCA, and LVFO. The committee is expecting to accomplish this task by conducting an oversight mission to the remaining institutions in the future. The committee was divided into 2 teams. The first team covered Inter-University Council of East Africa and Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, while the second team covered CASOA and the East African Development Bank. Prior to the oversight mission, the committee sent out guidelines to the 4 institutions to provide information on the following issues. 1 is the establishment of the institution. 2 is the legal instruments governing the institution, protocols and laws. The third one was on regional and national legal instruments that relate to the operations of the institution and how they affect the activities of the institution. Fourthly was on key stakeholders of the institution and how they interact with them. Fifthly, challenges the institution face in complying with and implementing protocols and laws of the community and those of the partner states, if any. The 6th one was on areas which require review or amendment in the existing legal instruments, EAC and or national. The 7th was on expectation of the institution from the committee and the Assembly in general. And finally, recommendations to the Assembly, Council of Ministers, and EAC partner states. Reports from institutions. The Inter-University Council for East Africa. The committee visited the Inter-University Council for East Africa on the 10th October 2019 at its headquarters in Kampala, Uganda. The committee was hosted by the management of IUCA, led by Professor Mike Kuria, Deputy Executive Secretary on behalf of the Executive Secretary, who was attending the Extraordinary Council of Ministers in Arusha. The IUCA is housed at their own building, which was built on the land provided by the government of Uganda. Plans are underway to embark on the construction of phase 2 of their headquarters on their land. With regard to establishment of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, in East Africa region, higher education interaction and cooperation originate from the pre-independence era. This was at the time Makerere University College was the only higher education institution in the region. The college was serving students from Kenya, the then Tanganyika and Zanzibar in East Africa, as well as from the then Rhodesia and Nyasaland in Central and Southern Africa, which now consist of Malawi, Zambia, and Zimbabwe. Later in 1963, university colleges were established in Nairobi and Dar es Salaam as constituent colleges of the then University of East Africa. In 1970, the University of East Africa was dissolved, and the University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere University, and the University of Nairobi were established as separate national universities for Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya, respectively. In the same year, due to the need to maintain collaboration between these universities, the Inter-University Committee, IUC, was established under the auspices of the First East African Community. The role of IUC was to facilitate contact and cooperation among the three universities, University of Dar es Salaam, Makerere University, and University of Nairobi. In 1977, the former East African Community collapsed, and the support that IUC was receiving from partner states declined. However, IUC continued to coordinate cooperation between the three universities, albeit with resource constraints that severely limited its functions. In 1980, after consultations involving permanent and principal secretaries responsible for higher education in Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya, the vice chancellors of the universities in the three countries met in Nairobi, Kenya, to discuss the future of the cooperation of their institutions. They agreed to sign a Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, committing them to maintain cooperation between the universities within the IUC framework. The MOU was subsequently signed and led to the transformation of IUC into the current Inter-University Council for East Africa. Upon its re-establishment, EAC recognized the IUC as one of the surviving institutions of the former EAC. Consequently, EAC concluded a protocol for the establishment of IUCA in 2002. In 2009, the East African Legislative Assembly enacted the Inter-University Council of East Africa Act 2009, thus effectively integrating the IUCA into the EAC operational framework. According to the IUCA Act, any university, college, and degree awarding institution may apply for and get admitted to the IUCA membership as long as it is properly incorporated in the East African partner state, where it is operating and pursuing objectives that are consistent with the functions of the IUCA as spelled out in the Act. Currently, there are 130 member universities. The IUCA is governed by the EAC Council of Ministers, EAC Sectoral Council of Ministers, and the EAC Secretariat. The Inter-University Council of East Africa also have the following organs: Annual Meeting of Vice Chancellors, Executive Committee Governing Board, and the IUCA Secretariat. The main objectives of the Inter-University Council of East Africa, as provided for by IUCA Act, are: 1 is to facilitate networking among universities in East Africa and other universities outside the region. 2 is to provide a forum for discussion on a wide range of academic and other matters relating to higher education in East Africa. And 3 is to facilitate maintenance of internationally comparable education standards in East Africa so as to promote the region's competitiveness in higher education. Legal instruments governing IUCA. The following are the legal instruments governing Inter-University Council of East Africa: the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community, the IUCA Protocol, and the IUCA Act 2009. Apart from the 3 legal instruments, the IUCA is also guided by the EAC Development Strategy, the IUCAA Rolling Strategic Plans, and the Inter-University Council of East Africa Annual Work Plans. Strategic activities undertaken by the Inter-University Council. The committee was informed about some of the activities undertaken by the IUCA is the harmonization of education, collaboration and partnership, Center of Excellence initiatives, and provision of scholarships. The 18th Summit of the EAC Heads of State, held on the 20th May 2017, declared East African Community as a higher education area. The declaration requires transformation of East Africa into a common higher education area characterized by comparable, compatible, coherent, and harmonized systems of higher education. The Inter-University Council is charged with the responsibility of coordinating its operationalization as its contribution to implementation of the East African Common Market Protocol. Other areas under harmonization are regional quality assurance system, incorporating standards, guidelines, and procedures, program benchmarks, and QA policy framework, East African Qualification Framework for Higher Education, East African Quality Assurance Network for Higher Education, and staff and students' mobility policies, including an EAS harmonized fee structure model. In the area of collaboration and partnership, the Inter-University Council undertakes the following activities. It organizes organic academia, public-private partnership conferences, which started in 2012. In collaboration with the ESTCO, they established the Science, Technology, and Innovation Journal, supports authorship of textbooks and academic materials. They launched a book on EAC during the 2019 annual meeting. In the area of centers of excellence, the Inter-University Council works with development partners to develop and manage centers of excellence in 8 countries, which are Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Malawi, Mozambique, and Zambia. The Inter-University Council also coordinates provision of scholarships to various EAC students as follows: A Master's Fellowship to support talented female scientists to become future leaders, and they're awarding 60 scholarships to female students every year. Undergraduate scholarships offered by Kyung-Dong University of Korea, 30 scholarships each year. 60 scholarships at the Center of Excellence in ICT, Nelson Mandela African Institute of Science and Technology, and the establishment of Sustainable Scholarship Program for East Africa, Tenable, at the Inter-University Council of East Africa member universities. Key stakeholders of IUCA. The key stakeholders include the following: partner states, universities, including staff and students, the World Bank, ES-TRIP, and ACE-11, the German Development Bank, KfW scholarships, German Academic Exchange Service, DAD, African Population and Health Research Council, Nile Basin Initiative, Kyung-Dong University, GIZ Center of Excellence in IT, APPF, and other collaborative partners, including CIDA and ESA. Proposal to amend the Inter-University Council Protocol. The committee was informed that the IUCA initiated the process of amending the IUCA Protocol, which will also necessitate the amendment to the IUCA Act. The proposals were made and adopted by the IUCA organs and forwarded to partner states for consideration and recommendations. The time of 90 days given by the treaty for partner states to comment on the proposals lapsed without any partner state submitting comments. However, partner states requested for extension of time to submit their comments. Inter-University Council is still waiting for comments from partner states. Challenges facing IUCA. The committee was informed that the following are the challenges that they face in implementing their mandate. The Inter-University Council is required to oblige universities to offer quality education. However, the IUCA has no accreditation and inspection powers. Not all universities in the community are members of the Inter-University Council. Non-member universities do not participate in the IUCA activities and programs. There is a delay in amendment of the IUCA protocol by Council of Ministers, internal dynamics in the partner states interfering with the professional operations for the institution. Some interference has legal implications to the institution. The Inter-University Council is required by the government of Uganda to pay contributions for its staff to the National Social Security Fund, NSSF, contrary to the EAC staff rules, which provide for payment of gratuity to staff of the community. There is non-recognition of IUCA diplomatic status in other partner states, where the Inter-University Council activities are taxed by revenue authorities in other partner states. And finally, the EAC Common Higher Education area is not anchored by law. Observations of the committee. The committee made the following observations. One, the IUCA, as a specialized institution of the community, is doing a tremendous work, and it has touched many citizens of the EAC partner states. There are very few beneficiaries from the Republic of Burundi and the Republic of South Sudan as compared to other partner states. The realization of the EAC Common Higher Education area requires support of EAC legal instruments. Privileges accorded to the staff of the Inter-University Council and other organs and institutions of the community are not harmonized by the Council of Ministers. Institutions and organs enjoy privileges as provided for in the headquarters agreements, which differ from one partner state to another. Some partner states provide diplomatic passports to their nationals in the service of the community, while others do not. For example, we are informed that the Deputy Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council, who is from the Republic of Kenya, holds an ordinary passport, while some junior officers from other partner states hold diplomatic passports. When traveling outside Uganda, the Deputy Executive Secretary is treated as an ordinary citizen, while the juniors are accorded diplomatic treatment. The delay by partner states to approve the amendment to the Inter-University Council protocol holds back the effort of improving higher education area in the region. The Inter-University Council is mandated to deal only with higher education. However, there is no institution of the community to coordinate lower education. The quality of education needs to be improved in the entire education system, from nursery to university levels, and the existing court case at the East African Court of Justice, reference number 13 of 2017, where the Inter-University Council is sued by Professor Elias Bizuru over recruitment process, is highly affecting the performance of the Inter-University Council. ESCJ restrained the IUCF from recruiting the Chief Research and Innovation Coordination Officer, pending the court's decision on this reference. Recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast-track the amendment of the Inter-University Council protocol. Secondly, to conclude negotiation with the Republic of Uganda to amend the headquarters agreement for the Inter-University Council, to prepare a bill for the purpose of facilitating the declaration of the EAC Common Higher Education area, to confer powers to the IUCA to enforce the standards and guidelines issued in all partner states, including accreditation of universities and programs, to direct the Republic of Uganda to resolve the issue of social security for staff of the IUCA, to direct the IUCA to ensure that its activities benefit all partner states, to decide that all universities accredited in the EAC partner states should be members of the IUCA, to harmonize salary structures, benefits, and privileges for all staff in the EAC institutions, example, diplomatic passports, number plates, etc., and to encourage all partner states to facilitate issuance of diplomatic passports and official passports to their citizens in the service of the community. The East African Community Civil Aviation Safety and Security Agency, CASOA. The committee visited the Civil Aviation Safety and Security Agency, CASOA, at its headquarters in Entebbe, Uganda, on 10th October 2019. The committee was hosted by Mr. Mohamed Bester, thank you, Director of Technical, on behalf of the Executive Director, who was attending the extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania. The KASOA is housed at the building provided by the government of Uganda, and it is currently processing acquisition of the title deed. Establishment of KASOA. The East African Community Civil Aviation Safety and Security Agency, KASOA, was established by the EAC Council of Ministers following the signing of the protocol on 18th April 2007. At the beginning of its operations, KASOA was hosted at the EAC headquarters in Arusha, Tanzania, until 2010, when it moved to Entebbe, Uganda. The agency is established by two legal instruments: the Protocol on the Establishment of the EAC Civil Aviation Safety and Security Oversight Agency 2007, the KASOA Protocol, and the East African Community Civil Aviation Safety and Security Agency Act 2009, the KASOA Act. All EAC partner states are members of KASOA. The agency is in collaboration with the International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, as a global oversight and regulatory aviation body in providing the necessary support and facilitation to partner states in establishing oversight capabilities in civil aviation. The organs of the agency are the board, composed of Director Generals of Civil Aviation Authorities and aviation experts nominated by each partner state, the EAC Secretariat, and other organs and offices as the board may consider necessary, technical committees, working groups. The board reports to the Council of Ministers. Objectives of KASOA. Article 92 of the Treaty for the Establishment of EAC outlines a comprehensive system of cooperation among the partner states in civil aviation and air transport. The principal objectives of KASOA, as provided for by Section 4 of the KASOA Act, are to develop policies on the development of safe, reliable, efficient, and economically viable civil aviation with a view to developing appropriate infrastructure, aeronautical skills and technology, as well as the role of civil aviation in support of other economic activities. Assist the partner states in meeting their safety and security oversight obligations and responsibilities under the treaty and the Chicago Convention and its annexes, and provide the partner states with an appropriate forum and structure to discuss, plan, and implement common measures required for achieving the safe and orderly development of international civil aviation through the implementation of international standards and recommended practices relating to the safety and security of civil aviation. Out of the specified objectives, KASOA is also involved in three major functions. One is harmonizing operating regulations to ensure that they meet international standards and recommended practices. Two, developing standardized procedures for licensing, approving, certificating, and supervising civil aviation activities. And three is to provide guidance and assistance to partner states, including putting in place measures for resource sharing, particularly for the technical personnel, key stakeholders of KASOA. These include the partner states, civil aviation authorities and industry, International Civil Aviation Organization, ICAO, Regional Safety Oversight Organization, Cooperative Development of Operational Safety and Continuing Airworthiness Programs, and the civil aviation industry at sub-regional, regional, and global levels. Amendments to the KASOA Protocol and the KASOA Act. The 24th meeting of the Council of Ministers directed KASOA and the EAC Secretariat to reconcile the KASOA Protocol with the provisions of the Treaty and the KASOA Act. In collaboration with the Council to the Community, KASOA reviewed provisions of the KASOA Protocol and the KASOA Act with the view to harmonize the two instruments with provisions of the treaty. Provisions deemed inconsistent with the treaty were identified and presented to the board of CASOA. The meeting of the board held on 30th May 2019 directed the agent's secretariat to finalize the proposed amendments with the CTC's office and transmit the matrix of proposed amendments to the Sectoral Committee on Transport, Communication and Meteorology. Achievements on the legal mandate. Through the current protocol and law, CASOA has achieved the following: a developed model EAC primary civil aviation legislation for adoption and promulgation by partner states, harmonization of developed model of EAC regulations for adoption and promulgation by partner states, harmonization of developed model of EAC technical guidance materials for adoption and promulgation by partner states, marked improvement amongst partner states for the effective implementation of the safety oversight system, compliance with the International Civil Aviation Organization standards and recommended practices, and improved competencies among technical experts in EAC. Pooling of resources and facilitation for sharing of inspectors, enhanced capacity building through inspector training, regional roadmap for implementation of safety programs, assistance for the certification processes, EAC common examination system, participation in the regional safety oversight organizations, and global aviation safety oversight system, GASOS initiatives, and stakeholders' engagement through regional aviation symposia and coordinated events. Challenges facing CASOA. The committee was informed that the following challenges face CASOA in implementing its mandate: human resource constraints in civil aviation region-wide, lack of sustainable funding mechanism, inadequate level of effective implementation of standards and recommended practices in some partner states, tedious and untimely process for harmonization of civil aviation acts, civil aviation regulations and procedures, variable and often delayed financial contributions from partner states, and funding from development partners. Observations by the committee. The committee observed the following in relation to CASOA. CASOA is doing an outstanding work in promoting safety in the air transport in the region. CASOA, as well as other organs and institutions of the community, is understaffed and underfunded. CASOA prepared a number of instruments to be adopted and complied with by the partner states. However, the agents do not have legal instruments to enforce compliance. Air transport in EAC is still expensive as compared with other regions in the world. Recommendations by CASOA. Based on the foregoing, the agency recommends the following: the process for amendments to the CASOA Protocol and CASOA Act 2009 be expedited, expand the mandate of CASOA from Level 1 to Level 2 Regional Safety Oversight Organization, increase the staffing levels to fill all the positions in the approved organizational structure, provide sustainable funding mechanisms to support the activities of CASOA, and finally, Eala to move a motion to add the Council of Ministers to prepare EAC Civil Aviation Bill. Recommendations by the committee. The committee recommends to the Assembly to add the Council of Ministers to prepare the EAC Civil Aviation Bill, to fast-track the process of amending the CASOA Protocol and CASOA Act, to consider expanding the mandate of CASOA from Level 1 to Level 2, to direct the EAC Secretariat and CASOA to explore the possibility of reducing the cost of air transport in the EAC, to explore the possibility of creating one EAC Civil Aviation Authority as a strategy to reduce the cost of air transport in the region, and to address the problem of staffing facing CASOA. Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, LVFO, is the longest EAC surviving institution. It is based in the Republic of Uganda and located in Jinja, where it is housed in its own building since 2000. The committee visited the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization on 11th October 2019 and was hosted by Dr. Rhoda Tumwebaze, Director of Fisheries Management and Development, who represented the Executive Secretary. The Executive Secretary of LVFO was attending the extraordinary meeting of the Council of Ministers in Arusha, United Republic of Tanzania. Presentations were made by Dr. Robert Kayanda, Director of Fisheries Resource Monitoring and Research, followed by plenary question and answer discussion. Establishment of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The LVFO is a specialized institution of the community mandated to coordinate the management and development of fisheries and aquaculture resources in the entire EAC region. The history of LVFO dates back to 1928, when the Lake Victoria Fisheries Services, LVFS, was established for regulating fishery and collecting fisheries statistics. In 1947, the East African Freshwater Research Organization was established. In 1967, the former East African Community was established. In the same year, the East African Freshwater Fisheries Organization was established. The former East African Community collapsed in 1977 along with the East African Freshwater Fisheries Organization. However, the three riparian states continue to collaborate in the management of Lake Victoria fisheries under the aegis of the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, through its Committee for the Inland Fisheries of Africa, CIFA, and specifically its Subcommittee for the Development and Management of the Fisheries of Lake Victoria. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization was established by the Convention for the Establishment of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organizations, signed on the 30th June 1994 by three contracting parties, Republics of Kenya, Uganda, and United Republic of Tanzania. It was created following the concerted efforts by the contracting parties, assisted by Food and Agriculture Organization, FAO, which became the depository of the LVFO Convention. I think the Council has to look at this issue because up to now, the Food Agriculture Organization is still the depository for Lake Victoria fisheries. So any country that joins this organization has to deposit its instruments in Rome at the Food Agriculture Organization. So we are surprised, but this is an area where you can consider. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is also registered under Article 102 of the United Nations Charter and is recognized as a regional fisheries management organization. The convention was amended in 1998 and 2016 to enable other partner states of the community to join the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization and to widen the scope of the institution's operations to cover all water bodies of the contracting parties and not just Lake Victoria. According to Article 20 of the Convention, any EAC partner state may become party to the Convention by signing and deposit the instrument of ratification with the depository, who is the Director General of Food and Agriculture Organization based in Rome, Italy. Apart from the original contracting parties, the Republic of Burundi is the fourth partner to join the LVFO. The objectives of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, stipulated in Article 2 of the Convention, shall be to foster cooperation among the contracting parties, harmonize national measures for the sustainable utilization of the fisheries and aquaculture resources of the East African Community water bodies, and to develop and adopt conservation and management measures. The functions and the responsibilities of Lake Victoria Fisheries are: one is to promote the proper management and optimum utilization of the fisheries and other resources of the EAC water bodies. Two, to enhance capacity building of existing institutions and develop additional institutions dedicated to or likely to contribute to the purpose of the Convention in cooperation with the existing institutions established in or by contracting parties and with such international, regional, or non-governmental organization as may be appropriate. C, provide a forum for discussion of the impact of initiatives dealing with environment and water quality in relation to fisheries and aquaculture resources of East African Community. 4, to provide for the conduct of research concerning fisheries and aquaculture resources and related activities, encourage, recommend, coordinate, and as appropriate undertake training and extension activities in all aspects of aquaculture and fisheries, consider and advise on the effects of the direct or indirect introduction of any non-indigenous aquatic animals or plants into the EAC water bodies, and to adopt measures regarding the introduction, monitoring, control, or elimination of any such animals or plants, and serve as a clearinghouse and data bank for information on fisheries and aquaculture products, and promote the dissemination of information without prejudice to industrial property rights by any appropriate form of publication. Legal instruments governing the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is governed by the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community and LVFO Convention. Article 114, Section 2B, Roman 2 and 3 of the treaty provides for the adoption of common policies and regulations for management and development of fisheries resources and investment guidelines for inland and marine waters. A functional analysis study of 2008 pointed out the need to widen the scope and mandate of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The aim of the expanded mandate is to expand geographically and include regional fisheries beyond Lake Victoria to address aquaculture and post-harvest aspects. Consequently, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization Convention was amended to include all partner states and all water bodies in the East African Community. The expanded mandate also caters for aquaculture, fish trade, marketing, and fish quality assurance. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is developing legal instruments, institutional and functional frameworks for transforming Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization to East African Fisheries Organization. Article 19 of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Convention requires LVFO to cooperate with other intergovernmental organizations and institutions with similar objectives. Currently, the LVFO collaborates with the following bodies: Lake Victoria Basin Commission, Nile Basin Initiative, Lake Edward and Albert Integrated Fisheries and Water Resources Management Project, Lake Tanganyika Authority, and Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization Convention was revised in 2016 to expand the mandate of LVFO and provided for the establishment of the 4 main program areas. 1 is fisheries development and management, 2 is aquaculture management and development, 3 fisheries resources monitoring and research, and fish quality assurance, trade, and marketing. The committee was informed that 2 programs, the aquaculture management and development and the fish quality assurance, trade, and marketing, do not have staff. Regional and national legal instruments that relate to the operations of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The LVFO implements the East African Customs Union and Common Market Protocols. Article 45 of the EAS Common Market Protocol stimulates the promotion of fisheries and aquaculture to ensure food security regarding increase in production and productivity, achieve food and nutrition security, promote investments, develop effective markets and marketing systems, and promote processing and value addition. In implementing the 2 protocols, the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization started a program on fish quality assurance, trade, and marketing, whose major objectives are to promote fish quality, safety, product management, product development, and marketing of fish and fishery products through harmonization of policies, legislation, standards and guidelines for regional and international markets, establishment of code of practice for fishing, fish handling and processing, and promoting development of value-added products. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization developed the following instruments for the purpose of harmonization of practices and standards in the region. Regional fisheries guidelines for species-specific licensing for Lake Victoria, EAC harmonized fisheries and aquaculture border inspection manual, guidelines for establishment and operation of cage fish farming in the East African community, guidelines for fish traders in fishery and aquaculture products and inputs in the East African community, guidelines for establishment and management of fish breeding and nursery areas, and fisheries and aquaculture policy for the East African community. Stakeholders working with the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. These include Department of Fisheries and Aquaculture in the partner states, fisheries research institutes, universities involved in management, resource mobilization, joint publications and information dissemination, fish industry, local government authorities, private sector, NGOs and civil societies, development partners, and beach management units. Visit to the source of the Nile fish farm. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization organized a site visit for the committee to the source of the Nile fish farm. The project is located at Bugungu area at the western end of Napoleon Gulf in northern Lake Victoria, just a few kilometers south of the source of River Nile. Swan Fish Farm is owned by British and has similar farms in Zimbabwe and Zambia. The committee was informed that Swan has been engaging in fish farming since 2005. The company has a distribution center in Uganda and Kenya. They have ponds for different purposes, including breeding, holding, and harping. The fish is then taken to cages floating on Lake Victoria and are kept in juvenile cages for 2 months and then to the production cages for 6 months. They produce table-sized fish and fingerlings. The production is 120 tons per month, which is sold locally and as exports to various countries, including Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, Democratic Republic of Congo. The company also supplies fish seeds to the neighboring communities. SON employs over 100 staff, of which 37% are women, in Uganda and at their distribution centers in Kenya. One of the main challenges reported was the availability of feeds for fish. The committee was informed that around 200 tons of feeds are used each month, and you can imagine 80% of these feeds are imported from Brazil, Mauritius, and Egypt. The committee was further informed that local feeds are more expensive and of low quality as compared with imported feeds. The committee was accorded an opportunity to visit the cages floating on Lake Victoria and the source of River Nile through a boat tour. Challenges facing Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The committee was informed that the following are the challenges. One, it's understaffed with only 2 technical staff at the professional level. Delays and inadequate contributions to the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization budget by some partner states. The Republic of Uganda contributes to Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization budget in Uganda shillings, while the budget of LVFO is in the United States dollars. In accordance with Article 8.3a, all institutions are required to channel their communication to partner states through the ministries responsible for EAC affairs. However, there are concerns about delays in communication between ministries responsible for EAC affairs and ministries responsible for fisheries in partner states, hence slow implementation of agreed decisions and programs. Rationalization of budget by the Finance and Administration Committee of the Council of Ministers, F&A, when the budget is already approved by the Sectoral Council of Ministers responsible for fisheries and aquaculture. The rationalization is done without technical experts in the relevant fields. An example was given that F&A objected to the Save Nile Patch operation while the resources for that activity were available. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization prepared a number of policy instruments, guidelines and standards However, there is no specific law to ensure enforcement of those instruments. 80% of feeds for farms are imported from Brazil, Mauritius, and Egypt. We are concerned. We thought East Africans can, if they are mobilized, they should be able to produce the feeds, including in Uganda, so that that money stays in the country. Observations by the committee. The committee observed the following issues in relation to the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. There is a need to enact a regional law governing the activities of Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. Fish is important to the socio-economic development of the community and contributes to food security, employment, and income generation. For example, we are informed that Nile perch is not only used for food, but is also used for some organs of the Nile perch are used for raw materials that make very good shoes and bags for ladies. Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is putting more efforts on Nile perch, leaving out other species like tilapia and mudfish. The fish farming is a medium-term enterprise where the production process takes place within a period of less than a year. However, there is a need for the region to invest in the production of cheap and quality feeds in order to promote aquaculture in the community. There are no statistics indicating the percentage of fish consumed within the region as compared with what is exported. Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, we find that they are doing very good work, but their work lacks visibility. Probably on the issue of visibility, I also wanted to inform my honorable members and the Council of Ministers that in some of the institutions visited, there were no flags of East Africa. So even locating them was not easy. So probably this is an area where you can recommend that all institutions of the community should raise the flags of the community. Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization budget depends more on donor funding. For example, in 2018-2019, donors' contribution was 38% of the total budget, while in 2019-2020, donor dependence increased to 49%. The Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of South Sudan are not members of the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. And we didn't know why, because we find it as a very good organization. So probably the Council can also look into this matter. The Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization is critically understaffed. Recommendations. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to undertake the following: prepare and introduce an EAC fisheries and aquaculture bill that will be enforced in all partner states, direct partner states to honor their financial obligations to Lake Victoria Fisheries, direct the Republic of Uganda to remit its contribution to the LVFO budget in United States dollars as per Article 136, Section 6 of the treaty, direct the ES Secretariat and the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization to explore other options of producing quality and cheap fish feeds within the East African community, urge the Republic of Rwanda and the Republic of South Sudan to join the LVFO, urgently address the understaffed challenge facing the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, address complaints from organs and institutions of the community concerning their working relationship with their Finance and Administration Committee, and develop guidelines to streamline communication and coordination between ministries responsible for ES affairs and ministries for fisheries and Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. The East African Development Bank. The committee visited the East African Development Bank offices in Kampala on the 11th October 2019. However, the institution did not provide the required information as requested. The representatives from EADB were invited to interact with the committee on the 20th November 2019 in Arusha. However, EADB requested for meeting to be held in December 2019. The members agreed to the request, and the meeting was conducted on the 2nd December 2019, where EADB was represented by Chacha Nyamuhanga, Treasurer, and Mr. Eric Kenneth Lokolong, Senior Legal Officer. Establishment of the EADB and governing legal instruments. The EADB was established in 1967 by the founding partner states of the former East African Community, Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, as a development finance institution under Article 21 of the Treaty of the East African Cooperation of June 1967. It started its operations in 1968. The bank was established by the Charter, which was annexed as Annex 6 to the Treaty of the East African Cooperation 1967. It was created with the mandate to provide development finance, technical support, and advisory services. In 1980, following the collapse of the former East African Community in 1977, the parties to the bank, governments of Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda, decided to reenact the EADB Treaty and Charter to allow the bank to be independent and autonomous. According to Article 1 of the reenacted Treaty of the EADB, the bank was to continue to operate, notwithstanding any termination, denunciation, suspension, amendment, modification, or any other event or occurrence affecting the validity of or effectiveness of the EAC Treaty of 1967 in whole or part. Therefore, the bank operates under the Treaty and Charter of the East African Development Bank 1980. Article 9, Section 3 of the Treaty for the establishment of the East African Community of 1999 recognizes EADB and its Treaty and Charter as one of the surviving institutions of the East African Community. The EADB's charter has been incorporated into member states' laws through the EADB Act 2017 of Uganda, EADB Act Cap 483 of Kenya, the EADB Amended Act of 2005 of the United Republic of Tanzania, and the Law Number 39 of 2008 of the Republic of Rwanda. This means the charter has to be domesticated in the laws of each member country. Membership to the bank. Article 2 of the EADB Charter explains that the original members of the bank are the three countries that signed the treaty and the charter, together with corporate and institutions that were members at the time the treaty and the charter were reenacted in 1980. The same article empowers the Governing Council, Ministers for Finance, to admit new members to the bank. The members may be a state from the region, body, corporate enterprise, or institution. Currently, members of the bank are governments of Kenya, United Republic of Tanzania, and Uganda with 24% shares each, and the government of Rwanda with 13% shares. Other members are the African Development Bank with 12% shares, and other institutions including German banks, KfW, and others have around 3%. The committee was informed that the Republic of Burundi was admitted as a member of the EADB. However, the full membership awaits the payment for her shares. The approved capital of EADB is $2 billion, whereas the paid-up capital so far is only $300 million US. So we still have $1.7 billion that are off on the market that would allow other countries, including the Republic of South Sudan and other shareholders, to join. Operations of the EADB. The committee was informed that the EADB was established and mandated as a development bank operating under international banking principles and standards. It is rated by international agencies as a development bank and is categorized in the same standards like other multilateral development banks, such as the African Development Bank, World Bank, and other international agencies. The funding sources for EADB operations and administration are from its shareholders, borrowings, and related capital transactions, and from international entities. Its sources of funds, the sources of funds for EADB are similar to all other international development financial institutions, such as the African Development Bank, Inter-American Development Bank, Asian Development Bank, and TDB, formerly PTA Bank. The EADB is audited by auditing firms appointed by the Board of Directors in accordance with Article 35 of the Charter. The bank publishes audited IFRS compliant annual financial statements. Major development partners and other stakeholders. The major development partners of the bank include African Development Bank Group, Arab Bank for Economic Development in Africa, European Investment Bank, Japan International Cooperating Agency, JICA, and the German State-Owned Development Bank, FW. Other stakeholders are international credit rating agencies such as Moody's, S&P, Fitch, Association of African Development Financial Institutions, capital market authorities in member states, and stock brokers and investment agencies. The EADB works with various institutions in the member states, including the Development Bank of Rwanda, Centenary Bank and Finance Trust Bank in Uganda, Cooperative Bank Kenya, Commercial Bank and Kenya Women Trust Fund, and Tanzania Investment Bank, CRDB and NMB Tanzania. Observations of the committee. Following the interactive session with the officials from the EADB, the committee made the following observation. Article 9, Section 3 of the Treaty for the Establishment of the East African Community recognizes the EADB as one of the institutions of the community. The treaty also recognizes EADB, Treaty and Charter. Whereas the Treaty for the Establishment of the EAC recognizes EADB as one of the institutions of the community, on the other hand, EADB does not perceive itself as one of the institutions of the community because it has its own treaty and charter. And this was even visible for us because even getting information to share with you was very difficult. It wasn't easy. So I think it's all sense of feeling that they are not accountable. Article 25 of EADB Charter establishes the bank's organization and management structures, which are different from the organs of the community. The EADB structure comprises the Governing Council, Ministers for Finance of Member States, the Board of Directors, who are the permanent secretaries for finance ministries, Director General and other staff of the bank. Article 27 of the EADB Charter provides for that all powers of the bank are invested with the Board of Directors. EADB is not accountable to the organs of the community. There is no clarity on the relationship between the East African Community and the East African Development Bank. Recommendations of the treaty. The committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to clarify to the Assembly the relationship between EADB and the EAC, formalize the working relationship between the EADB and the EAC, urge the Republic of Burundi to pay up for her shares at the EADB so that they can be recognized as members, and urge the Republic of South Sudan to join EADB. General observations of the committee. EAC institutions are General observations of the committee. EAC institutions are specialized agencies of the community, contributing to the furtherance of the EAC integration. Therefore, they need to be strengthened and their capacity improved for the community to reap the benefits of their existence. Institutions of the community are established by conventions, protocols, and laws of the community. Most of the instruments need to be revised due to emerging issues and also to match with the institution's new mandates and also the needs of East African citizens. There is a gap in the flow of information between the EAC institutions, national institutions, as well as the citizens who are the beneficiaries of the activities of the EAC institutions. Most of the work of EAC institutions are not visible to the community. The community does not have harmonized privileges and immunities to be accorded to the EAC institutions and staff in the service of the community. Activities of the EAC institutions are hampered by inadequate financing, delay or non-remittance of partner states' contributions to their budget and understaffing. The EAC institutions do not have powers to enforce compliance in the partner states. The budgeting process affects some institutions, especially during the rationalization of the budget, whereby the Finance and Administration Committee of the Council of Ministers, F&A, cuts some relevant programs of institutions without involvement of concerned institutions. Concerns were raised that the institutional review does not effectively address the staffing issues of EAC institutions. General recommendations: the committee recommends to the Assembly to urge the Council of Ministers to fast-track the review and amendment of all outdated legal instruments governing EAC institutions, to harmonize privileges, immunities, and benefits accorded to institutions and officers at the service of the community, to finalize the alternative financing mechanism for sustainable financing of the activities of the community, to direct all partner states to provide diplomatic passports to their citizens working at the community, to empower institutions with enforcement powers to enable them enforce various instruments and standards they develop, to direct all EAC institutions to develop communication strategies for dissemination of their activities to the people for the benefits of the community, to develop a guideline on the working relationship and collaboration between the EAC institutions and national institutions, relevant ministries and coordinating ministries, and finally to review and improve the budgeting process within the community. It was proposed that organs and institutions of the community should be involved in the budgeting process. Thank you very much, honorable members, for your kind attention. The right honorable speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, the Chair Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges. Honorable members, how do we handle a situation where I wanted to be away briefly without suspending? No, I said without suspending. No. I'm saying I don't want to suspend. So how do we deal with it?
Honorable Dr.
I need your views. Okay. Okay, I'm suspending the House for 30 minutes, but I wanted you to have a feel of that situation and think about it.
I must inform this House that I am a member of the committee, and from the onset, I want to say that I support the motion. Right Honorable Speaker, I must also congratulate my chair for being very diplomatic in some of these very difficult issues that were raised in the report. For example, Right Honorable Speaker, if today I go out here, I incorporate a company, maybe I call it the EAC Company Limited, it may not necessarily mean, despite the name, that it is an institution of the EAC. The reason why I am mentioning this is, and I think just to emphasize, is because we have some institutions like the bank. I'm sure it is, as the House may be aware, it is older than all of us here. We were celebrating 20 years. The bank is, I think, if memory serves me right, 58 or so years, give or take. So, Right Honorable Speaker, my emphasis is to the Council to really look at and solve some of these challenges, because I mean you'd all be aware, whereas some of the institutions from the EAC draw their funding from partner states directly, the East African Development Bank does not in fact draw those funds. So it becomes very difficult for us as a House to carry out any oversight on them because of the structure. So my emphasis is to Council to look at this issue, whether the charter and the treaty of the EADB needs to be amended to bring it in line, or for Council to tell us, do we in fact have an East African Development Bank as envisioned by the treaty? And if not, how we can remedy this. Finally, Right Honorable Speaker, I would also urge Council to consider the re-establishment of the University of East Africa together with constituent colleges in each of our partner states. I feel that may address the issue Honorable Victor raised. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Karonzo. Honorable Oda.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I want also to take this opportunity to thank you and the Committee on the Legal for allowing this activity to happen, because this is one of the areas we feel that when the committees under the leadership of the Speaker prepares this kind of activity, it helps us to get the information, the deep information on the issues, as we have been discussing this morning when we were deliberating the motion by the Honorable Makame. Mine is again a frustration. I recall very well that when we started our mandate in Eala 4, we got an opportunity to do the Northern and Central Corridor oversight on the institutions and also the activities and where we are in the integration process. And most of the recommendations we are getting here, observations, challenges, information by the institutions as it has been reported by the legal committee, you'll find out, Right Honorable Speaker, that very few are new. Most of the challenges, observations, recommendations have been highlighted in almost all reports, either the annual report, the committee reports, the oversight reports, and I remember very well that we also, through your leadership, got an opportunity last plenary, I think, to also receive these institutions, the head of institution, to come in this assembly and explain the mandate and the achievements and challenges they are facing. And we came up with a list of recommendations to the council. I therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, feel that it is the high time that we again agree and sit with the Council of Ministers and design a way of following up the implementation of these recommendations. I was trying to look into the reports by the sectoral councils, the specific sectoral councils, and you realize that there is a gap of how the recommendations by this assembly is being integrated, because you find there are a lot of activities going on in the member states, there are a lot of implementation, but again, how do we capture these recommendations? And then at the end of the day, we bring back this to the assembly. Otherwise, Right Honourable Speaker, I fear that we'll continue the next, maybe we do the next oversight, we again come up with the same recommendations, but we don't have any time framework for the implementation and the feedback to this assembly. I think this goes with what we have been discussing, as I said this morning, but I would recommend that we find a way either of having a checklist, the time frame, and the reporting mechanism, so that we come to agree that this actual recommendation is possible or it is not possible. Right Honourable Speaker, when you look, for example, on page 13 of this report, you realize that on this institution of higher learning, the Inter-University Council, you will realize that the recommendations which are here, most of them are possible to be implemented. Putting the protocol in place, giving the capacity to this institution, harmonizing the laws. You know, all these are the recommendations which are possible to be implemented. But the question comes again that the institutions, or the member states responsible with this issue, especially the sectoral ministries, we don't see what is being done, and we don't get information on why this is not being done. So I therefore, Right Honourable Speaker, just stood up to emphasize that it is good to do the oversight, it is good to do to come up with the recommendations, but I think what is more important is to come up with the implementation report and understand where we have challenges, and if there is a recommendation which cannot be implemented, let us drop it. There's no need of carrying forward the recommendation 2 years, 3 years, which we know very well that this recommendation cannot be implemented. And I think this is possible because we have mechanisms in place. We have coordination committees, which is clearly stipulated in this treaty in the member states. We have sectoral councils, we have council, we have the parliament, we have the secretariat. So I don't see how we sit here every plenary, come up with the recommendations, which we very well know that these recommendations cannot be implemented. But if it can be implemented, then let us know through the Council of Ministers, the reports by the sectoral council, what are they reporting vis-a-vis this recommendation. Right Honourable Speaker, I also want to share, I think as my colleague brother said, I think our chair is still very diplomatic. But when we go to visit these institutions, they're explaining the frustrations they have. There is issue that we have been getting this report of poor collaboration among the institutions in the member states. This has been reported every time we visit these institutions. And we are not seeing how the ministry fails to collaborate with the institution in that particular member state where that institution is hosted, and that institution is supposed also to help that member states, of course, the community at large. So these small things, which goes actually beyond even the bigger problems we are having of finance, is really things. They are really things we need to finalize once and for all. I also wish to recommend, if it is possible, to start now looking into how we can have the East African University. This was through this report. We are informed that it was abolished in 1970, and we came up with a mechanism of making sure that we continue to collaborate on the issues of education, which is one of the big pillars in our integration process. So I think I would feel that after 20 years, it is a high time that the Council of Ministers again looks into it, that is it not proper that we move towards now having the East African University to help our integration more strong and more effective. I want to submit. Right Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Order. Honorable Abdikadir.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Let me take the opportunity, first of all, to thank very much the Chair of Legal Committee and the members of that committee for the very good work and the comprehensive report that they have given us with regards to this. Mr. Speaker, implementation of laws is critical to the success of integration. And if these laws and protocols are not implemented, then the whole process of integration becomes, jeopardized or becomes slower, or the real benefits of it thereof will not be realized, as was envisaged in the treaty that establishes the East African Community. Right Honorable Speaker, the committee has comprehensively given a number of observations from various institutions that they have had an opportunity to interact with. And I must say that these institutions are critical vehicles for delivery of services in the community. And they are well running, they are well-being, they are being supported through the implementation of specific protocols and laws, implementation of laws by the various partner states, goes a long way in making them more efficient institutions that are capable of delivering essential services to the people of East Africa. Honorable Speaker, a number of issues or concerns with regards to non-implementation of laws and protocols with regards to empowering these institutions has been highlighted here by the committee, and very clearly so, and with their clear recommendations at the end with regards to the community coming out to support these institutions in terms of ensuring that the laws and the protocols that establishes them are well respected and done with. Honorable Speaker, with concern, if I may take only two, is one whereby certain officials of some of our institutions are not given the due protocol approved status, and this hampers their work. We've seen the case of the IUCEA, the Deputy Director, not being able to have the official status as an employee of the East African Community. And there are a number of such gaps around. And I think it is time that, our council members take that this particular issue with the specific member countries that are not implementing those particular issues and make sure that they are implemented accordingly. The other one which I think have a lot been spoken about. I have also spoken about it in the past, is the East African Development Bank. The committee has literally shown us, and from what I am aware about, the challenge with regards to this particular institution. This institution, I think we've spoken about it time and again, about its status. And at some point, when the committee visited there, from what I am aware, I think the chair has actually been diplomatic, being a diplomat, in not mentioning those. But they were literally told, go and get the information you need from the website. This is what happened to the members who went there. They were told, don't bother us here. If you want to know about this institution, just go and read the website and find the information you want. Honorable Speaker, this is unacceptable. More so when we know that the council to this particular, because we are told it has a charter. To have a charter, you have to have a council. Who are the council of this? They are the ministers for trade. Is it trade or finance of our respective countries? That means a sectoral council of this community, established under this treaty, is a council to an institution that is not respecting the EAC organs and the organs. This is weird. I think, Honorable Speaker, I really want to urge my fellow chair, Honorable Fatma, to summon the Sectoral Council on Finance as a committee. Bring them before your committee. Interrogate them, engage them with regards to the East African Development Bank. Something is fishy about this East African Development Bank. Something is not right about this East African Development Bank. And this House has pronounced itself about this issue time and again. I really want us as a House, Honorable Speaker, to do either of two things. Bring this otherwise rogue institution, which is supposed to be under the EAC, or delink it by clearly identifying it as an external entity to the EAC, so that we know how else it can run. You know, it no longer becomes, because when you read some of our laws, this same institution is recognized as one of the institutions of the EAC. Yet, when you go there, they tell you, we are not one of you, we have our own charter. You go and read websites about us. This is not proper. This is not right, Honorable Speaker. And I think, jointly with the Council and with the proposal I have given to the Chair of Legal with regards to engaging the other organs of this institution that are owners, that are said to be the owners of that particular bank, to be able to bring back this bank, the issue of East African Development Bank, on track. I'm aware we are told that there are private investors, there are these, there are that, there are this, there are that. Comparing the shareholding of those private investors with the amount of ownership by the member states of the East African community, that membership is insignificant. And therefore, we cannot be held hostage by being told that, 3%, 4% of this particular bank is owned by private people out there. No. The 90%, 80% that is public money of the people of East Africa is what we are concerned with in terms of oversight. And we will not stop the debate on East African Development Bank until we get to the bottom of this particular institution and ensure that this institution becomes an institution that respects the laws of the EAC, or this institution is declared to be a private entity external to the EAC. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the report, and once again I thank the committee.
Thank you, Honorable Aden. I think I want to remind the Council that this matter was widely debated here, and the controversy surrounding this issue was the same. I think there is also a consistent query from the Audit Commission about this bank, because I think they are not even allowed to audit it. And they believe, in the opinion of the Audit Commission, they should be auditing the bank because it is one of the institutions of the EAC. So I think the council needs to help to resolve this matter. Either it belongs to the community or it does not belong to the community. It's a simple issue. Because the situation as it is very controversial. And we should not keep it year in, year out. There must be a clarity where either it is an institution of the EAC or it is not, one of the two. And if there are issues that needs to be resolved, then they need to be resolved. If there are issues that involve a legal framework that is lacking, we would be happy to participate and provide our input. Yes. Honorable Makame.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to air my voice on this very important report on developed by the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges. And allow me from the outset to congratulate the chair of the committee and the members for coming up with this very important report. And I like just to allude to my brother, Honorable Kennedy Musyoka.
I'm sorry, Dr. Makame, for interrupting you. Yes. I'm sorry, it's not about your contribution. I think what Honorable Abdikadir said, also Chair told me in a conversation I had with her when I wanted to know why the report from this committee was being delayed. And I was told the bank didn't want to cooperate with the committee. They referred them to go and find the information on the website. And even when they came here, I think it is some junior official who came, and the attitude was not really befitting. So, which is why we needed to resolve. Because the assembly would have taken the route of escalation. Because it is a possibility. We have this bank in the treaty. We have powers to summon everyone. So maybe before we are forced into a situation of escalation, you can help to resolve this problem. Yes. Honorable Dr. Makame, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As you rightly made an additional clarification on the matter, that I was alluding to my brother when he was saying that the chair was very diplomatic. Because, Mr. Chairman, first of all, go specifically to page 26 on item 5.4, which says the East African Development Bank. And then it says the committee visited the East African Development Bank offices in Kampala on 11th October 2019. However, the institution did not provide the required information. You see, that was very diplomatic, Mr. Chairman, because I would have expected maybe it would have said refused to, avail the required information and refer to the website. So that is the ambassador doing the ambassadorial diplomatic work. Mr. Speaker, having said that one, I would say an amendment. Maybe you can have an amendment, but I have an issue. You see, Mr. Speaker, with the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization. And the committee observed that one of the challenges facing the Lake Victoria Fisheries Organization, which is on page 25, it says 80% of the feeds for farms are imported from Brazil, Mauritius, and Egypt. But this one is not in the recommendation. How should we deal with it? And it's not even in the final general recommendations. But it's a very serious issue. Mr. Speaker, we're having an East African Community Customs Union. We're talking about, in the morning here, we were referring to the Food Security Action Plan. And yet we are importing 80% of the feeds in our aquaculture fishing from Brazil, Egypt, and Mauritius. Don't we have the capacity? Don't we have the raw materials to develop those?
What time is it? My watch and the other one is it one? It is one already. So according to the rules, we have to suspend and we resume at 2:30. So I suspend the House until 2:30. Honorable Makame would still be on the floor when we resume.
Habari?
Salama vipi?
Safi mzima.
Mzima vipi?
Tupo vacation.
Haya.
The ticket? No. Okay. Not yet.
Mwambie
ما تفكر الكلام بتاع القروش بيوصلوا كده سنة بسنة باين انت
James? James?
Yes?
You done?
I'm done. Okay.
James? How are you? I'm okay.
Nani, can you help me to pronounce this name? Kim Gai Road.
Yeah.
So I
Kim Gai, you just write Kim Gai.
Kim Gai. Okay.
Sasa kama hivyo hawezi kufanya photocopy kwa hii. Wapatie wafanye copy waweke ile ile nzuri sasa. Haina nafasi Should I take from there?
Give me here?
Yeah.
Somali, what is happening with him? Why is he stationed here now? Huh? Huh? You want to come and go? Which one?
Mr. Lodge. Yes, bro. Za Chivitoke zile za nani za landslide. East African. No problem. No problem, but credit. Okay. Sawa sawa. Hakuna yenye umeshatumia haujatumia?
Hawajakuda kipengele.
Utakuwa umenisaidia sana. Sawa sawa, asante sana. Merci.
Is Tanzania? Rwanda?
Burundi.
Hey, you guys, so mkiwa kama mnaweza Kiswahili?
Yeah, he's in Kenya but now.
Kusambaa.
That is a Burundian.